Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. Um, I don't think we'll be here more than an hour. Um, and thank you to Fancy for being first. I really do appreciate that. Um, Let me see. And I'm going to get the slides up and we're good to go. Oh, sorry I took so long. I had a creative moment. I had to go with it. Um, in other words, somebody made me mad. Anyway, I'll show you later how I got my revenge. Connie Balmer! Hey, Connie Balmer. Thank you so much for being here. Compton Cali Gal. There we go. The Last King. So we're going to have the latest news. Meghan Sussex made breakfast. And of course, Prince Harry, Ukraine. Prince Harry in Ukraine. Got some more going on with that. And you know what? It kind of connects to breakfast. Hey, Lydia Washington, Helen G, Joyce Yvette Davis, and a host of friends and others. Okay. Let's get on with it then, shall we? Oh, Royal Sussex. I just love this. That's the logo that my nephew made me. With everything going on with the family, we haven't had a chance to collaborate any further, but we'll get around to it. But I did talk to him today, and he's doing well, and all that. So, okay. Now, as King Charles continues his recovery from a recent medical scare, royal insiders reveal how the monarch is truly feeling amid ongoing cancer treatment and how his health may be impacted. His son and heir, Prince William, also in this issue of Hello. Oh, yeah, we don't care about that. I mean, we care, but we're sticking to the royals right now. So his health is not an alarm, but it is a concern. Well, anytime you go wading into a crowd full of people shaking hands and, doing all that kind of stuff, obviously you're afraid for your cancer. Who wouldn't be? I mean, isn't that what people going through cancer treatment do? You go into crowds of people shaking hands and all that kind of stuff. You yell at your concubine wife for being in the wrong side of the room, and you know what I'm saying? You're dodging all of the not my king people. That's what you do when you're going through treatment. So, anyways, that being said, Miss Z, thank you so much for being here. Um, Poor Charles. It seems like, he kind of had one of those moments, like Biden, where you're not sure he knows where he is. You see him over there on the left side, behind the hedge. He seemed kind of lost. And then here on the right side, I am not sure where that photo comes from, but I love it. You can see this sailor probably a little bit let down that the commander of the armed forces is, well, just an old pensioner. Just some old pensioner, not the courageous looking warrior that you see all decked out in gold braid and epaulets. None of that. With the sword of state and the orb and all that kind of stuff. Not so impressive, is he? Just that old threadbare, rundown two-piece suit with a double-breasted ducktail. Not so impressive indeed. At the end of the day, he's just a man, and there's nothing special about him. But for an accident of birth, um, he could be anywhere doing anything. I'd see him down at a fish market myself, or shucking oysters. That's what I think. I think that if he wasn't Charles III, if he wasn't Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales, he probably would have been shucking oysters. I wonder what that would look like. What would that look like if he was out somewhere shucking oysters? It's hard to say. Okay, I'm going to show you what that would look like. I was just stalling until I find the image that I'm looking for. What would that look like if he was just shucking oysters? Uh, huh. Okay, you know what? I guess we're not going to find out today because I don't see it. Okay, you guys got lucky that time because I truly don't see it. Or do I? Ah, there it is. There it is. You see what I mean? If he was just shucking oysters for a living, that's pretty much what he would look like. Kind of grubby, dirty. Although, you know what? I tell you, he's quite fit here. You know what I mean? Look at him. I mean, he's kind of buffed for a pensioner. He doesn't even have those childbearing hips that we have all grown so fond of. But he still has the sausage fingers. Yeah, but he just absent the childbearing hips. Oh well. So former Scotland Yard Chief Bran Prince Harry's claimed that his police protection was withdrawn to keep him and Meghan in the UK a complete nonsense. A source close to Pratik Patel, who was Home Secretary in 2020, said that the decision to scale back his security was a professional one taken by the Royal and VIP Executive Committee. Sounds like the Court of Public Opinion is working against them because they had to go and find this phantom source, a phantom source close to Pratik Patel, not Pratik Patel themselves or anything like that. They had to go and find a source. And you know how that is when they find a source. That means, in all likelihood, there's no truth to it. The minutes do not reflect in any way that they even had a debate or some further assessment about Harry's security. Now, you guys, I'm going to tell you, I have gone on and on and on about um, Petal from Facts and Two Cents. You all know that. Petal is like an investigative reporter, and she's part um, cop, part Terminator, part investigative reporter, um, the very moral compass of the Sussex squad. And I really admire what she does. Now, I did leave a link last time so that you could watch her last night because there was a detail that I overlooked, but Petal was the first one to mention it oh so long ago, and that was about oh gosh, was it? It wasn't Pratik Patel. It was someone else who was Home Secretary, I believe, at the time, who actually was wanted there to be consistency. And when they were assessing the security for um, Andrew, the sick old man, she was like, "You all need to reconsider that." In other words, you're giving security to a non working royal, their words, not mine, who is going to cost the public hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for security. And it seemed as though it was at the request of Charles, that it was a request, a demand from Charles. And anyway, when I believe she drafted a letter, is what Petal said, and that letter they got a well, actually, it drew a very nasty response where they were just like, "How dare you? Who are you to ask us to explain something?" This came from the royal household, and they insisted she should apologize to the king. And I mean to tell you, it was very, very thorough. So the link is up there at the top. Do make sure that you watch that one because Petal leaves no stone unturned. And that was something that I totally neglected to mention, but it is very central and very important to um, the whole matter of who gets security and who does not. Because at a certain point, Charles did um, say that they said that he was going to pay for um, Andrew, the sick old man's security. But initially, that was not the case. The taxpayer still paid for it. And as long as he lives on Crown Estate property, he is still being protected by the public. Now, when he goes out and about, I'm sure that the matter of security changes. But when he's on the property, there is a blanket of security for all. Remember, Windsor Castle is not just the castle, there's the whole Great Windsor Park, all of that area. It's like, let's just say it's like the Royals live in Central Park. Now, I don't know how the size of it compares to Central Park or any other park, but it is you look at a map of Windsor and you see this uninhabited area with little properties dotted here and there. That is a crown estate. That is the Great Windsor Park. So, yes, it does matter. He is still receiving security. So, let me see. Thank you very much, Lydia, for posting the link. And yeah, it's about a half hour. Yeah, it's about a half hour episode of the you know, let me see here. What do I want to do with that? Okay, I know what I want to do. Can I do that? Yeah, I'll just do that. So I'll show you the thumbnail. But talk about impressive. I mean to tell you, and don't get Petal mad. Don't get her mad because she could make a cop cry. So there it is, King Charles and Prince William exposed. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It's like I feel like I want to go back and watch it again. Okay. Um, but all of that said, there's just one thing I want to remind you of, and this is so petty of me. Um, Pedal moms like Pedal's mom likes Royal Sussex more than she likes Pedal. Just for the record, just for the record, I'd rather watch Pedal than Royal Sussex, and Mom would rather watch Royal Sussex than watch Pedal. Ain't the world interesting? But so cheers to Pedal's mom, who has amazing taste in YouTube channels. Some of the best, most impeccable taste I've ever seen. Um, yes, cheers. Um, which reminds me, I need to get a Mother's Day card for her. Um, woo, what could I say? I'm charming. You know what I'm saying? What could I say? I'm just charming. But uh, listen, there are no accidents. Okay, now that I'm through with that, let me try to get this smile off my face. Won't be easy. Hey, People's Duchess. So, yeah, make sure you check that out because it was very, very informative. And especially if you're new to the Sussex Squad, there are certain recommendations that I make to help get you caught up to speed on exactly what's happening because it is a lot. And if you haven't been watching consistently, you may get lost a little bit here and there, but that's okay. We're going to get you up to speed. But the main thing is, we appreciate you for um, seeking the truth, seeking the truth instead of all that misinformation that's out there. Okay, so my horrific certainty, Charles will be our last ever monarch, and Putin's spies will be to blame by Yuri Geller, who's used remote viewing to spy on them. Now that's interesting. If you believe that, as a committed royalist, I dread the idea of an end to the monarchy, but my proven psychic senses are warning me with increasing urgency that the UK is on the brink of losing its greatest institution. Well, um, as they love to boast, they have been around for 1,000 years, as David Starkey would say, 1,000 years. They have been around for 1,000 years. And so who's to say they won't last 1,000 more? Well, I do believe there is going to be some type of monarchy always. But whether or not they will have the perks and privileges that they have enjoyed all these years, that is a matter of opinion. That is debatable because there is such a gap between the haves and the have mores in comparison to those who are just working class people. And increasingly, there seems to be more pressure put on retired people, the seniors, the elderly, the pensioners, the octogenarians. It seems to be a lot of pressure on them financially, and it's getting harder to survive. It just, I hate to see someone who has worked all their life. And as I say, to me, the heroes are the everyday workers, the people who have built these economies into these well oiled machines that produce so much today. the common laborer. Those are the heroes, not these captains of industry and such. Those days when you had um, I guess, a manufacturer or as some type of service where people were so proud of how many families that they've um, housed and clothed and fed and how many kids they have put through college. Those days are gone. They sold us out in the 1970s when they busted up the unions meticulously and deliberately. By the 1980s, you had Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher so proud of themselves for all of their union busting aspirations. And today, we're paying the price because the unions gave us a lot of the civil rights, the quality of life that we have today. They want to take that away. And they can only do it if we give them consent. And how do you give a person consent? It's only through your ignorance do you give consent to someone to walk all over you, which is why we have to educate ourselves. We have to vote. We have to march, write letters, and all those things. So the article says the end of the monarchy would be the most catastrophic blow possible for Britain. Nothing could be more destructive or disastrous. Now, saying that a person is psychic, I don't necessarily believe in that kind of stuff, but I do believe that a lot of people have a power of deduction. They are simply doing the math at a greater speed or in more detail than most other people. And so maybe they see things that we don't. But I don't necessarily believe in the hocus pocus side of it. As a loyal British subject of the crown and a committed royalist, I dread the idea of it, but my proven psychic senses are warning me with increasing urgency that the UK is on the brink of losing its greatest institution, the royal family, and with this, its very identity. I foresee Britain ripped apart in the wake of Russian dirty tricks and an unprecedented royal scandal, resulting, that is, in riots, seismic political repercussions, and unimaginable harm to our international standing. I do not say this lightly. I've agonized about it, about putting this into the public domain, but I believe that within a short time, the UK will cease to have a royal head of state. Okay, is that a disaster? I'm not following that. Is that a disaster? I'm not sure. Democracy, decency, fair play, independence. Britain means many things to the rest of the world, but one word sums up this island nation more than any other: monarchy. Well, now, see, this is the thing. Let's go through that. Democracy. Charles actually challenged democracy when they were arresting people for protesting during the coronation, right? I mean, not just during the coronation, but in the lead up to the coronation, they were arresting people for expressing their views. They even empowered the police that if they think that you're about to make a problem, or should I say, make too much noise, that they could arrest you. So let's cross out democracy, decency. Well, the way that family has treated Princess Diana, treated the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, and so many other people with all of their coercion and misdeeds, I'm going to say, yeah, let's cross out decency. Fair play? No, it's not fair. It's not fair. They leverage their power on anybody who gets in their way. And we all know that. They will destroy people who are not towing the line, even if it's a royal family member. So cross out democracy, decency, fair play, And as for independence, okay, I'll grant you that. Brexit. Britain hasn't been this independent in years, much to the, you know, peril of Britain, because the what do you call it? The European Union benefited the British a whole lot. It was very beneficial, but allowing a handful of right wing politicians to talk you out of a good thing, that ain't too bright. It was one of the greatest financial, what do you call it, cooperations in history. And you allowed a few slick politicians to talk you out of it. So I am going to cross out democracy, decency, fair play, and independence. All of those, I don't think it means anything anymore. Britain means many things to the rest of the world, but the one that sums it up is more than any other is monarchy. Yeah, right. Okay, so without that, the United Kingdom is no different from any other minor economic power. It would not even be a kingdom. All its traditions, its history and relevance, and its national character are embodied in one royal figure, the man or woman who wears the crown. Well, I tell you what, I will agree with one thing about the monarchy. It is the ultimate source of soft power because whether it's a good person or a bad person, going for a state dinner in the UK lends so much legitimacy to some of the biggest crooks and some of the best politicians in the world. It will give you a certain air of legitimacy. And that could be a good thing, and it could also be a terrible thing. But I will say if you have a very just and fair head of state, and you can score one of those state dinners, and all of those great photos are going back to your country, it ain't feeding the people at home, but it does kind of elevate the stature, figuratively speaking, of course. So, um, but let's see. I'm going to try to, at the most sacred moment, the ceremony when the monarch is anointed. So this is like an academic exercise, really. It doesn't say how it ends. Well, okay, let me skip because it's kind of a long article, but let me skip to the part about Putin. I just want to get to the part about how Putin plays into this because they're talking about the okay. Yeah, I mean, they're really good. Okay, so Russian intelligence agents have comprised the British government at the very highest level. Secrets of the of national importance are being traded to the Kremlin. I know this because I mentally, oh God, here we go. I mentally watched it happen. I can describe rooms where mobile phones are prohibited and whispered conversations took place. I even follow moles out of their offices into their cars. Okay, this person has a very vivid imagination. Software almost impossible to detect. Okay, so in other words, this person has a vision of what is possible, but I don't think that that's how it ends. I think how it ends is that this much bling and so many hungry people, so many people who are actually financially devastated by the recent, the Brexit, the pandemic, and so on. What is Britain? The fifth most wealthy country in the world? Fifth, sixth, something like that. I know it's United States, China, Japan, then Germany, and then is it the UK after that? Or is it India? I think the UK and India are kind of fighting for dominance in that next position. But um, the the extravagance of it, which was put on display at the coronation. You have the Not My King, the Republic people. I mean, look at the face of that security guard. He is, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe what he's thinking right there, but he's afraid. He's afraid for Charles. And he's angry at the crowd because they dare protest him. That is unprecedented. Queen Elizabeth didn't go through that. Isby says, we have long since lost our decency when we let 12 years of conservative rule take away our basic rights, particularly destroy our NHS and put millions of people in a position of choosing heat or food. Well, you know, and in these Western industrial nations, this is increasingly becoming a problem. In the United States, people sleeping in their cars, homelessness, and people sleeping in their cars, even elderly people sleeping in their cars. They have to make a choice of having an income, even if they're still working, or giving all their money up for rent. People sleeping at the airports. That's a tough choice to make. But there are a lot of people who have left their apartments, left their homes, and moved into their car. They're very nomadic. And one of the fastest growing sectors of real estate in the United States is storage, public storage lockers, 5x5, 10x10, 10x20. Storage lockers are becoming increasingly popular, where people live in their vehicle and keep their stuff in storage. They move in with someone, they keep their stuff in storage. And a lot of people are never able to go back and retrieve their stuff. They have to take the few things they can and just leave the rest. So yeah, this was Charles up in Scotland. This is when he got booed so bad up there in Scotland. Look at his face. He's terrified. He is terrified. It's not the people that should worry. He should worry because he doesn't know how to fix this. He really doesn't know how to fix this. He thought that making his deal with the tabloid media was going to cause him to get the love that he always felt he had coming. He has been living this dream his whole life that the people are finally going to give him the proper respect. Along comes Diana. Along comes, I would say, Will and Kate, but they're not really a factor. And then along comes Meghan, but to a lesser extent, Will and Kate. I mean, they're seen as the shiny new thing. And there's a lot of people who would gladly see William on the throne even before Charles. And of course, you got the EDL. You have the good old right wing, the great unwashed, the EDL, with their beers and their chips and their ill-tempered behavior. You always got that to fall back on. With their athletic shoes, unwashed. uh, Yes, you always have those who are really falling into their Nordic roots of conquest. The only thing is, there's nothing to conquer. That ship has sailed a long time ago. So go ahead and hang out at your pubs and you know wave your flag of St. George. But these are the people that are most loyal to the crown. People who don't know much about history and don't really care. People that don't aspire to a whole lot. Let's see. Spot on, Baron. Charles is so entitled. He expects to be showered with admiration and respect, but people see his selfishness and the treatment of Diana he can't wash off. And that's so true. He can never, um, people will never not see that. It's the first thing that comes to mind is Diana, the treatment of Diana. You cannot look at Camilla without seeing, um, in your mind's eye, seeing Diana being mistreated. It's just impossible. You can deflect all you want using your sons, using the wives of your sons, your daughter-in-laws, all of those things. But the truth is, they went to the coronation in the shadow of all of the terrible things that has happened to Diana. And to another generation, they're not going to forget the way Meghan was treated. They're not. And there's a lot of young people that will cite colonizer and racism as some of the things that they don't like about that family. The younger generation is just not bonding with them. The weakest thing a narcissistic parent can do is campaign for family and friends to see their own child as a villain. Bringing a human into this world only to bully and torment them in this way is the ultimate cowardice. And that was from Josh Frank LMSW. Well, that describes Charles in the most complete way I've ever seen. I mean, he is rotten to the core. He really is. He is rotten to the core. And I watched the coronation. I've always wanted to see a coronation. I had to compartmentalize the idea that this man was being crowned and try to focus on the ceremony. But he's made such a mockery of the monarchy. It is one of the greatest platforms that you could ever have. One of the greatest platforms. He's done some incredible things as Prince of Wales. He has used a great deal of his time in the most responsible, charitable way possible. And yet, there's the other side of things where he is rotten to the core. I applaud him for keeping busy, but I have no affection for him as a human being. I just do not. And I don't think he deserves it. You need to try to be more um, of that person with your sons. With your sons. If you couldn't do it for your first wife, do it for your sons. I believe that they're working on his legacy, and he is very much assured that the control that he has over the media will assure his place in history as this transitional figure in English history who took us from the Edwardian values of his mother to a more modern, slimmed down monarchy. But you married your mistress. You married your mistress in some way, form, or fashion, very abusive with the first wife, only to favor the mistress and her children. And I still say he plunked down £3 million to buy the house next door to Camilla so that when Camilla's time comes, when she's gone and he's gone, okay, there will be a house for each child, one for the son and the one for the daughter. There will be a house for each child. I promise you, that's the only way I could see that add up. That house will not belong to William. That house will belong to the Parker Bowles family. And as you can see here, Duchy Gruel, that is, Duchy Gruel. King Charles to Mark's 76th birthday by opening 2 food distributions. He won't even say food bank, food distribution centers, because he cannot acknowledge that there is hunger. And of course, you have the Oliver Twist character. Please, sir, may I have another? And of course, I wish the Guardian, the one, I mean, you guys, one of the best things that ever happened to me in life was the way the Guardian was dragging that family after the Queen died. Every day, there was more and more articles speaking about their finances and everything, and they've gone silent. They have gone silent. I can't understand why, but they have gone silent. You guys remember that? It's all you'd be forgiven if you forgot about it because it seemed like a dream. But every day there was another column. Let me see, that was September of 2022. And I remember because all of the columns had a certain theme to them. They had like that purple gold theme, and I mean, well, it was everything that they wanted to do while the Queen was alive, and they just didn't have an opportunity to do it. Oh, but when they got the opportunity, did they do it? Let me see here. I'm trying to see if I can see those. Nope, and I don't. And I know I saved them all, but oh well. But yeah, I love that. Huh. You know what? I'm going to find them another day and I will share those with you. Those were too cool. Okay. And moving on. And then, of course, there is the Church of England. Charles is the head of the church, a confessed adulterer who has his mistress that he married and crowned. Um, and then, of course, William does not want to be the head of the church. He's made that very clear. He's not a very religious person. He don't really care for it. and he said some really stupid things in reference to it, but there you have it. And you guys, I don't even think William is going to have a traditional coronation. I don't see that happening. If I can give him credit for anything in the future, that will probably be that thing, is that he is not likely to have a big coronation. At least I'm sure that that's not what he wants. He doesn't even like being in those costumes. As obvious when you see him for the Order of the Garter, he always has that smirk on his face. Very uncomfortable like that. But yeah, and then of course, the friendships that Charles has with all of these men that have been accused, and Charles is seeming to give them cover, as have Welby. So I think the church is morally at an all-time low. And then what's going to happen to this dweeb? What's going to happen to this goomer? That is John, I think it's Laurie, and he is the super fan of the royal family, and he goes to just about everything. And there he is, practically in tears over Harry and Meghan. He actually believed everything in the paper. He said, they have to tell the Queen. They should have told the Queen. They have to tell the Queen. So he believed it. But I'll say this. He was very welcoming to Meghan. He brought her flowers for the first outing, and he warmly embraced Meghan. But since then, I'm afraid his mind has been poisoned by the tabloid media, which is unfortunate. And everybody in the royal family knows him. They all know him. At least they see him and they recognize him. So let's get on with another topic. The Easter basket. Now, if you recall, I was just like, oh, I want to know what's in that basket. I want to know what's in that basket. Well, we got a better idea now. Not whole and completely, but we have a better idea. So when Harry was visiting Ukraine, it seems as though he visited a typical household. Maybe, maybe not. But whatever the case may be, there he is. Looks like he's at someone's kitchen table, and there's coffee being served, and I forgot what minister she is, but she presented him with his first Easter basket of the season. And so Meghan woke up this Saturday morning and went to town. Do you hear me? She went to town. She made this elaborate breakfast, including some of the goodies from the basket, which I just love that. Now, there is a video, which is on the Instagram, but if you haven't had a chance to get over there to see it, I will share what I have. Okay, it is coming up. Wow, that looks good. I could just taste the butter in those pancakes. And one thing you could say about the Sussexes, they eat real food. They eat like a typical American family with a leaning toward healthy, just the same, but they do eat like a typical American family. Okay. Is that my breakfast? Yep. Okay, let me get this over here. And
Colors, Mom. Breakfast time. Go.
Thank you.
look at little Archie. Archie is slicing up. Is that Archie or Lily? You know, I can't tell. Is that? Oh, maybe that's Lily.
Colors, Mom. Breakfast time. Go.
Thank you. Okay. Wow.
Colors, Mom. Breakfast time. Go.
Thank you. A special gift Papa brought back from Ukraine. Wow. And what does that say for my loves? Okay. And is that Pula? Is that Pula? The pasta eating dog? They're ready for a snack? Oh my goodness. Every time you eat, she eats. uh, well, it's amazing that she's not huge. I tell you that. You would think she would be one of those, but I think she probably gets lots of exercise, especially um, with Harry taking her out to walk and such and run. But yeah, you cannot make a move without her. She wants hers, and she will have hers. I promise you that. Yeah, you're not going to shortchange her. That's for sure. Okay, get back over here. The way Lily slice. Yeah, absolutely. And Pula is a rescue too, right? Yeah. I tell you, looking at the way Pula lives and Mama Mia, it makes me want to go hide down at a shelter somewhere when I know Harry and Meghan are coming. I just sit there with my face pressed up against the glass. Take me, take me, take me. Martha, thank you so much for the super sticker and thank you for being here. And so there you go. That is that cake. I believe that's the cake right there. I don't know if it's like a bread or a cake or something in between. You know what? I don't know the name of it. I don't know the name of it, but Harry is very pleased to have it. I'm surprised it made it home. And I love this. I would like to, and this is from Yulia Sivredenko. She says, Your Royal Highness, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for everything that your family is doing for Ukraine and for helping us draw the world attention to humanitarian demining in Ukraine. Demining will allow millions of displaced Ukrainians to return home and allow thousands of children to go to school without fear. This means so very much to all of us. A remarkable group of women who live in the border region of Sumy, an area affected by landmines, have prepared this Easter bread for you and your family. Today, they, along with all of us, are deeply moved knowing that this symbolic offering, Easter bread, made from flour harvested in demined fields, will be on your table. Thank you from all Ukrainians for your kindness and good heartedness. Wow, that is great. That is great. Yeah, Easter bread. That's it, Easter bread. Now, let me see here. And then check this out. The whole team is just crying because a pastry made by grandmothers from Sumi region, made from flour from demined fields, is now on the table of Meghan Markle, Prince Harry, and their family. And next to it is a paisanka from Oksana Tiskbuk in memory of Ira. Was this translation accurate? I think so. I think so. But yeah, so both are translated from Ukrainian. Um, but yeah, that is very, very sweet. I mean, what a boost for everyone who has been affected by the war. For the area where all the landmines are, and of course, with the Halo Trust, Harry is going to be very active in helping them with the um, landmines. So that will definitely continue Princess Diana's legacy. And that's a beautiful thing. So cool. Now, I forgot who posted this. Okay, somehow I forgot to put that up there. But I'll let you listen. I'll let you listen, and we will talk about it on the other side. Yep, we will talk about it on the other side. Okay.
I want to change gears slightly and ask you about Prince Harry's secret trip to Ukraine. That's been in the spotlight today. What do you make of his visit to the country?
We appreciate everyone's support, especially in such a delicate topic as the veterans and the veterans who have lost their limbs and who are recovering. And we appreciate all pieces of the support that we can get from all over the world. And of course, it means a lot for our veterans to get the attention of a member of royal family and to get his goodwill and words of support and pretty much like the emotional attention that the people need. It has been overall very important for all of us to know that we are not alone in this fight and in everything that we are facing after the fight. So, of course, we are grateful, and we have received many good words from all over the country, saying that it's important to know that veterans are not forgotten as well. And while Ukraine is fighting for our survival, we have thousands of people who have been wounded during this war. And aside of some physical support and medical support that we are trying to get them, they also need lots of attention and emotional support, knowing that they are not forgotten and knowing that there will be a life after the treatments that they will go through.
Well, now, even though I believe this is a news network from, could that be Saudi Arabia? Well, like so many of those international news networks, this network has a correspondent, and well, I wonder where she's from. Did you guys pick up her accent? Wonder where she's from. And because she's a correspondent who has been schooled in the fine art of being very, how do I put it, supportive of the monarchy and all of those right wing ways, they obviously expected that, or at least was hoping that there was a spot of bother or some type of controversy regarding Harry's visit. But instead, there seems to be nothing but praise. Yeah. So the squatty that posted it said, did this presenter expect Ukrainian PM Kira Rudik to say something negative about Prince Harry's visit? The prime minister is nothing. I'm sorry. Is this prime minister? Yeah. Prime minister, I guess, PM, is nothing but grateful, but yeah, is nothing but grateful. UK media doesn't grasp that the rest of the, I think they meant to put world in there, doesn't live to appease the royal family by abusing Prince Harry and Meghan Sussex. Yeah, that seems to disappoint them that the rest of the world is not as abusive. The rest of the world has not been educated to go after anyone who's not um, towing the party line, so to speak. And so she was hoping that there was some type of controversy, but there just isn't. Harry came to support the veterans and their families. And of course, the adoption of the Team Ukraine by the Invictus Games was just something that happened very organically, because when they filmed The Heart of Invictus, the war in Ukraine had just started, and it just seemed like so much of Invictus is part of an active war. So you have new veterans, newly injured or sick veterans coming about all the time just from Ukraine, not to mention other countries. I mean, if you're serving in the military, there's always little things that don't necessarily make the news, but you can be from any of these countries and, turn over a Jeep, have some type of accident, get injured doing a parachute training or something like that. Either way, your injuries still happen and you're still part of the Invictus family for that reason. So Invictus is going to be around for a while, quite some time. But yeah, so that was great. That was great. Now, take a look here. Did the presenter? Oh yeah, it was Carmela who posted that. Did this presenter expect Ukraine Prime Minister? Uh huh. Oh, you know why world is missing? Because I did a cut. I copied it and pasted, and it did not pick up the globe. That's why world is missing. See it? Why the rest of the world doesn't live to appease the royal family? Yeah, so that's what happened. I knew it was there, but I lost it when I put it up top there. Well, at least now I know. But yeah, thank you, Carmela, for sharing that. Ukraine appreciates Prince Harry's support. Like I said, that news is called Al Arabiya News, and I'm guessing that's from Saudi Arabia. And then over here, the Duke of Sussex met with victims of the Ukraine-Russia conflict at the Superhumans Center in Lviv. Harry's surprise visit to Ukraine proves he no longer wants to be a spare part to Meghan Markle. It has been claimed. It has been claimed. The Duke of Sussex traveled to the war-torn country to meet with victims of the conflict at the Superhuman Center in Lviv. Now, according to Sussex Soldier, last year when he traveled alone, the British media came up with the BS separated life. Yesterday, the BS was he's Meghan's spare. Today, the BS is he no longer wants to be the spare part to Meghan Markle. He never was that. what will British media clowns come up with tomorrow? Well, your guess is just as good as mine, because I don't know what they'll come up with, but they will always think of something. I believe that a lot of this is driven by those burner accounts that they have with the derangers. I think a lot of the stuff comes from the derangers, the haters. They come up with these scenarios. And remember what I said like about a week ago, they come up with something that sounds like it could be true. And if it can kind of, fit that puzzle piece into the puzzle, even though it's not the right piece, so long as it fits in that space, they'll accept it. They will accept it. And that is a tragedy, I believe, because a lot of innocent people get hurt because of that, but they really don't care. Long as they're getting paid. I mean, it's so sad that a whole generation of journalists have been trained and schooled to represent the aristocratic upper class politician society within the UK, and also to be an extension of the royal family, to be like part of their PR for the royal family. Have you noticed that every time someone comes to Britain, the first thing they want to do, well, when I say when someone comes to Britain, I do mean like a celebrity or a politician. The first thing they want to establish is, are you going to meet the royals? How do you feel about the royals? Have you blah, 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 blah. They always want to fling you toward the royals, which is why I was so glad that Dolly Parton declined. I was so glad for that. I'm here to work. I don't have time for Kate Middleton. I'm here to work. God, I was so glad about that. And the fact that she told everybody, which caused embarrassment for them. And they should be embarrassed. Not everybody wants that. Not everybody wants that. It's not what it used to be. I think the peak of that was probably the 1950s, when Queen Elizabeth first sat on the throne and everything was so new and fresh. And there's this hype that they built up around her age and her gender. But you got the grumpy old man, Charles III, who couldn't even smile on his own coronation day. Charles does not inspire much. He always looks like he can't wait to get home and give himself an enema. And of course, Camilla, she always looks like she can't wait to get home and pour herself a drink. Look at her laughing to and talking to herself. Well, see, I thought, oh, wait a minute. I thought, yeah, they deserve each other. They really do deserve each other. Okay, Leg says, let's see here. Interesting take by British media. Where's Kate? How's Wake? Well, they probably planning for their next vacation. Knowing those two, they're planning for their next vacation. I mean, it's like no sooner than you complete one holiday that you plan for the next. And in between holidays, what, they got six? They got 5 or 6 properties to visit. So in between holidays, guess what? They take another holiday. Nice work if you can get it, right? In between holidays, they just take another holiday. Now, why Prince Harry's family still faces UK security barriers years after royal exit? That's a good question. I wish I knew I had the answer. Um, my best guess is punishment. The whole point of this is to punish Harry and discourage others from ever leaving that clan. I mean, family. Why do I always say clan? They want to discourage people from leaving, plain and simple. They don't want anyone else to get the idea that that's okay. And the best way to send the message is to punish anyone who dares cross the line, like with the Duke of Windsor. They never let up on the Duke of Windsor. And to justify it, they maintain this thing about him being a collaborator. Knowing how that family operates, I'm sorry, I just don't know that I believe that to be true. Knowing how they operate, I don't know if that's true or not. Or to what extent there may be some truth to it. Because the Duke of Windsor was never in a position where he could defend himself. Because the media was always going to come down on the side of the royal family. So what recourse do you have? You really don't. It's whatever they say it is. Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. That's for someone else. They keep trying to insult Harry's manhood. For some reason, he doesn't have to prove anything to them. He doesn't cosplay. He actually has been to war. He wanted a woman equal, not someone subservient. Absolutely. He was looking for a very strong partnership, not someone to uh, audition for the Stepford Wives. Okay. Ouch. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me stop looking at Twitter. Let me stop looking at Twitter. You know when something catches my eye on Twitter. Oh, I know. I'm looking for the Feminegra article. That's it. And we're just going to take a short look at it. Feminegra. Aha, there it is, right. Oh, wait, what's the other article there? Okay. Okay, here we go. I need a Ricola. I need one of my Connie Bomber Ricolas. Thank you, Connie Bomber. The gift that keeps giving. All right. So, why Prince Harry's family still faces UK's security barriers years after royal exit? Well, according to Feminagra, during this legal fight over family protection, Prince Harry said the UK security decision affected him and his family, has confirmed his worst fears. Speaking after a 2-day hearing at London's Royal Courts of Justice, he revealed that the removal of police protection wasn't just punitive, it was a strategic move to trap him and Meghan within the royal system. A trap. A trap. Now, Harry, as they said, was quite upset. He was very upset, visibly upset. And anybody who was there, they said, would have noticed his body language, him having words with his legal representation, and he just did not feel things were going well. People would be shocked by what's being held back. My worst fears have been confirmed by the whole legal disclosure in this case, and that's really sad. I'm exhausted. It's been an emotional few days and overwhelming, but creating a safe place for my family will always be my priority. Harry's not doing this for himself, he's doing this for his children. I believe that Harry, and in all likelihood Meghan, realized that even though the United Kingdom seems very inhospitable to Harry and Meghan, it is the birthright of those children as prince and princess that they should know their home. And I would be very happy even if they just went to Althorpe and perhaps spend some time up in Scotland more so than in in England. But if they would spend some time up in Scotland, I would feel very good about that. Eventually, the kids are going to go back over there, even if this case does not work out. They won't have the freedom to just come and go like any other royal. Things are going to have to be very regimented, but I think the sooner the better. They and not to meet their cousins. I don't really care about that, but to see where their father is from and to experience some of um, the culture over there, so that it won't be so alien to them later on in life. I believe it's important. And one of the things I've always believed is that having those titles right now, it seems like almost a curse. But things are not always going to stay the same. I don't know if it'll be much different in their lifetime, but whatever protection for them, legal or otherwise, that comes from those titles, then I want them to have that because it's their birthright. And they are going to be royal no matter what. They're always going to be the children of Prince Harry and Princess Henry of Sussex. They're always going to be that. That is not going to change. So there's always going to be that extra where they're concerned. And you just can't know whether or not someday if they may need to go over there. Maybe they would be safer there. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Harry wants them to go to school over there. I don't know what the plan is, but whatever it is, Harry and Meghan will sort that out as a family. But there is obviously something that is important to them. And ironing out this security thing, or at least getting some type of concession, is a good place to start. So I do hope that they can work out something. Earlier today, I was having a conversation with someone, and I forgot what type of crime it was that we were discussing. And I do recall saying that, you know, that's not limited to that country. You could easily experience that right here in the United States. That could easily happen. So maybe it's not so safe for them right now, but that may change, and we just cannot know what the future is going to hold. Oh, let's see. Charlotte and Louis, if they decide to not be working royals in the future. Yeah, that's a good point, Marcella. That is a very good point. Yeah, I believe Harry just did not know what options were available to him. I mean, it really wasn't until he met Meghan that he met the right lawyer just because he was with Meghan. Not that Meghan made it possible directly, but if he wasn't with Meghan, maybe he wouldn't have been there in the first place. Maybe if it wasn't for Meghan, maybe he never would have married. There's a whole lot of what ifs and maybes and possiblies. There's almost 1,000 of you all in the chat right now. Please make sure you hit that like button. This is how we keep the lights on. That algorithm is driven by those like buttons and you liking the channel and sharing and such. By the way, moderators, I went into the the comments, and I cleared out a whole bunch of those. Oh, it was a lot of trolls that have been visiting, a lot of them, and I haven't really looked at it for a couple of weeks, so I kind of missed a lot of that. But I went in there and permanently threw them all out. Some of the language that they used, I was appalled. I don't even know what that means, but what does that mean? Appalled. I was shocked and appalled. How do you spell that, and what does it mean? I've always wondered that. I guess if I'm gonna keep saying it, I should know what it is, right? I was shocked and appalled. Appalling. Appalled. But what does that mean? Help me out, somebody. So, anyway, when Harry and Meghan announced that they would step back from the royal duties in January 2020, Queen Elizabeth's private secretary insisted that their safety remained a priority. But within weeks, that commitment was reversed, and February 28, 2020, the Royal and VIP Executive Committee, RABEC, decided the Sussexes would lose their 24-hour, 7-day-a-week taxpayer-funded security. Well, if that was not an attempt to leverage control of the Sussexes, I don't know what else it could be. Let's see here. Oh, I get calls from people sometimes, and they say, "What is this about Harry and Meghan getting a divorce?" Only now for them to say, "What is this about Barack and Michelle Obama getting a divorce?" And I'm just like, I guess what happens is one person has the nerves to toy around with that subject, and then next thing you know, everyone in the media is talking about it. It comes in a wave, right? It's like a wave. It's like watching the wave roll in and roll right back out again. But they feed off of that. They literally feed off of that. And it is so disgusting to speculate whether or not someone's marriage is going to survive. Even if it's not, what of it? Why is it your business? But it's legal, especially with a former president. It's legal. The likelihood that the Obamas would ever take someone to court is very small. So for now, they get away with it. Not a lot you can do about it. Okay, let's go back over here. So yeah, I think I'm pretty much through with that article. Let me see. Charles and William's silence speaks volumes throughout the security crisis. King Charles and Prince William have stayed publicly silent, yet Harry has been clear he believes his father could have intervened. Sir Clive Alderton, Charles' most senior aide, sits on Raybeck, and the very body that determines royal security. Still, Buckingham Palace maintains that the king plays no role in those decisions. And that's a hell of a thing, because Princess Diana warned us about the men in gray suits. And this pretty much concedes that the men in gray suits are controlling things, and not the king, but the men in gray suits. So Liz Truss still gets her protection, her security. Tony Blair, yeah, all of those former prime ministers, they still get their protection, but not the son of the head of state, Prince Harry. Whatever arguments they make, that is still the son of a head of state. And just imagine that. You are a parent, a wealthy billionaire parent. And even though there have been horrible threats against your son, your daughter-in-law, and your grandchildren, and you do nothing about it. And one of the reasons why is because there hasn't been much outcry about it. It's very difficult to get people to get on board with the causes that affect members of the royal family, in particular the Sussexes, because the British media has successfully branded them as though they were runaway slaves, have branded them as the troublemakers, disillusioned, dissatisfied, indecisive, problematic. They have branded them all these things, and there's enough people that either believe it and are exhausted of the subject, or they just don't care anyway. But part of the reason why the let's say the hate campaign against the Sussexes, part of the reason why they do it, besides making money, is they want to wear you down. They want you to get to the point where you're just not interested in what's happening, that you pay no attention to it, that you sigh and keep going with your life. That is one of the tactics of these type of PR campaigns, is to wear you down to the point where you will just accept it either way, just to be done with it. And it's unfortunate for the Sussexes, because this is a potential life and death issue, but to the average person, it's become this intolerable subject or topic, and he can buy his own security. They don't know about the details. They don't know about the nuances that makes this not necessarily ideal. They don't know about the differences. And even if you were trying to understand, they will pick it apart piece by piece. And at the very least, they want you, the public, to have doubts. They don't want you to feel secure in your support. They want you to have doubts, which is why they go into the comment section and wreak havoc by throwing all of this negativity around, because they do not want us to have that sense of community. They don't want us to turn to each other for support. They want us to believe that there is a certain element within the Sussex squad that is slowly waking up and seeing the light, and that we should too. All I can say is only in dreams. That's not going to happen. But that is part of the tactic. It's just so much going on with that. And you can't possibly see everything. You can't see everything. But what you will pick up and notice, just try not to let it pull you down. Don't let them disparage you to the point where you just are becoming impatient, because that's what the enemy wants. They want you to be frustrated. They want to demoralize you. They want the whole world to be exhausted of the subject of Harry and Meghan. Nobody will work with them. Nobody comes to visit. Nobody buys products or watch their movies or documentaries. That's really what they want. And then if they thought that they could keep doing that and finally get them on their knees, then after that, they continue that cautionary tale. This is what happens when you leave the royal family. And no matter how successful you are, they will spin it. Never really could make it on his own. I don't know what he was thinking. Okay, so thank you, Muriel, for showing us this. King Charles stripped Prince Harry, Meghan Markle's security as revenge. And that was in the Rupert Murdoch New York Post. And over here on the right, Queen Elizabeth II wanted effective security for Harry and Meghan to continue. A letter that is written by the late Queen's private secretary, Edward Young. Edward Young, God, that horrible person, in January 2020 said providing the Sussexes with security was imperative. Ignored. Completely ignored. Okay, Queen Elizabeth II agreed that Harry and Meghan needs effective security as the Prince's legal battle over security proceeds. And let me see, that is from 2023. On multiple fronts, a recent court ruling provides insight into how the couple's security arrangements became so complicated. And then there on the right, Queen Elizabeth wanted effective security. Again, it repeats that. And it just did not happen. It just did not happen. The Queen was frail. Most of her courtiers were either gone or had been removed, retired by Charles, and replaced with people that were there to do his bidding, that would eventually be absorbed into his royal household. I believe that if there were a more liberal prime minister, there was, and hear me out, there would be such a small chance, a very small chance, that there would be something more. even if that prime minister was strong enough to confront Charles about how bad this looks for the country or something, a very small chance. You would hope something like that comes along. But for now, um, it doesn't seem like it's going in that direction. Zandy Sussex has done it again. Zandy Sussex says the family, Evo lives here. I'm sorry, Evo lives here, coming soon to a theater near you. The family, Evo lives here, coming soon to a theater near you. And anyway, I took the post. She quoted something on the post, and I put that on the right side. Zandy Sussex quote of the week: some of the most poisonous people come disguised as family. Let me do that again. Some of the most poisonous people come disguised as family. Well, that is so true. Not all skin folks are kin folks. Or is it not all kin folks are, yeah, the other way. That is so true. So thank you, Zandy. I got to forward this to her so she'll have it for her collection. But yeah, that is that monstrous family over there on the right. And you know, this is another movie about them because there was one before, wasn't it? I think it was. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. But I thought there was another one that featured the Windsors. Was it? Maybe not. Oh, let me try that one. Oh, okay. Yes. Nope, not that one. Oh man, it's been so long since I don't think it was this one. Ah! Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yes. That's more like it. That is more like it. Get out. One more time. Yeah, that is more like it. uh, well, anyway, thank you, Zandy Sussex. Now, what do we have here? Birthday blessing Lady T. Well, thank you, Lydia Washington. Well, let's have a little salsa to celebrate. Let's have a little salsa to celebrate. Okay, y'all ready? Are we all standing up? Okay, remember, make sure you wiggle it like a washing machine, okay? Got to get them hips going. You know what? I better stand up now because by the time I get up, the song will be over with. Oh, man. Let me see here. All right, let me line up my vertebrae. Okay. All right, baby boomers, are you on your 2 feet? Here we go. Hey. Uh-huh. Break it down now. All right. Now that is how we say happy birthday on Royal Sussex. That is how we say happy birthday. And many happy returns of the day. Okay. You can always tell Harry is in a good mood when he's dancing. Harry is going to dance when he's feeling good, and that's a good thing. And you know who else danced? Yes, there we go. I told you when Harry's in a good mood, Harry is going to dance. And I love that for him. And that's the stuff that he can do away from that family, away from all of that negativity, all that posturing and such. I mean, that's the kind of family that will just destroy your spirit. That's what they want to do. They want to destroy your spirit. They want to overwhelm you with all of those excuses and duty and protocol while they do whatever they want to do. You're either so unimportant that it doesn't matter what you do, but if you're very important to that family, if you're part of the core of their success, then they're going to make your life miserable for you. When I think about Princess Margaret, how um, pathetic her life had become. Yeah, I mean, it was pathetic, and they learned nothing from that. They learned nothing from that. They still pulled out the old playbook, which is what happened to Charles. Is they used the old playbook. You are not entitled to your feelings. You got to put the country first. It's not realistic. It really is not realistic. None of that is rooted in reality. So, okay, let me see here. There was one more I was looking for, but okay, if it's not that one. And gosh, that would have been fun, but I do not see it. It's been so long. Nope, not that. Not that. Okay, not that. Ah, man, that would have been too much fun, but I don't see it. Well, maybe another time. Take one more look. Yeah, nope. Okay, sorry about that. I know it was when they were in Dusseldorf. That's what I was looking for, was Dusseldorf. Right? Dusseldorf. You know, I forgot how to spell it. Okay. Okay, sorry, folks. Okay, one more try. Nah, I don't. Okay. Man, that would have been fun. Anyway, let's get on with it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, didn't mean to do that either. No. Where the heck am I? Wow, I didn't know I was that far down. Okay, let's move on. This is one that Zandy made before. The monarchists, the mentors, are not the sharpest tools in the shed. They still haven't realized that Meghan can post what she likes when she likes. Boy, are they in for a rude awakening. So she wrote that, and then, of course, she posted that picture, and I just kind of tweaked it a little bit. But I like Sandy. She come up with some doozies. And then these are a couple of photos from New York that I haven't shared yet. A couple of New York photos. Well, I think the one on the right I have, but the one on the left, I don't think I shared that one. By the way, you guys, that skirt that Meghan is wearing, that is Carolina Herrera from the 2025 collection. Yeah, that is new to the 2025 collection. I'm going to show you what it looks like if you have the complete suit later. Oh, there it is right there. So you see there on the left, there is the skirt, Carolina Herrera, Veronica Beard top, and the shoes, Aquazera. But on the right side, I saw this on a Carolina Herrera runway. I was so fascinated by it last night when I should have been sleeping. I decided to take a deep dive into the Carolina Herrera. And so I found a Carolina Herrera runway show, fashion show, and that outfit right there is in it. So, unfortunately, I don't have a close up view of it, but it has some rather fancy pink beads around the collar and around the, you see it there. That's why she's wearing pink shoes to try to, you know, to style it like that. But, and if I'm correct, well, it looked like the designer wasn't Carolina Herrera. It was some guy that was walking after the models. Carolina Herrera Spring Collection 2025. Okay. One more time. Carolina Herrera. Herrera. Oh Lord. Anyway, I want to show you that jacket up close. Houndstooth. It's so busy that the details kind of get lost, but let me try it anyway. Hold on a second. I don't think Meghan would have. Meghan may have the whole piece, but I couldn't see her wearing this jacket. I could not. I could not see her wearing the jacket. Oh, wait, sorry. Let me grab that. Oh, you know what? I got so many pictures of them. I'm gonna have to take something down, but there. Still is hard to see it, but it's like pink daisies, I guess. Yeah, kind of looks like pink daisies. But I could not see Meghan wearing that. Totally not her style. Okay, I got one more. One more. Wait for it. One more. But I could see her wear it like that though. But it's kind of busy. It's too busy. Top to bottom houndstooth. Nah, that's too busy. And that's overdoing it. Don't you think? Oh, shut the front door. Wait till you see this. Wait till you see this. Now, if you think that's too busy, wait till you see this. There's a shoe, Carolina Herrera. There's a shoe that goes with it. Yeah, like I said, that would be a bit too much. Way too much. You really got to know yourself to pull that off. Carrera, thank you. No, Herrera. I'm sorry, Herrera. Okay, let me get rid of that gigantic shoe and go back. Where was I at? That can go. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Need that though. There you go. But yeah, I think the way Meghan wore it was perfect. But oh, and there's a split in the back. The split is in the back. Okay, so there it is. I love the collage that the squaddies have put together. Meghan backstage at Gypsy on Broadway, April 10th. And I still like this one too. This was Harry. Very nice. They made a collage for Meghan and a collage for Harry. What do you guys think of this hallway? What do you all think of this hallway? I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It is a great place to keep books. And even if you, okay, let's say you have a home that's big enough where you can have a library. But if you're entertaining or have guests or something like that, number one, it reminds people that books are very important to you. And number two, you don't have to try to hang artwork or anything. You can make it seem more intimate because there's um, backlighting, right? You have lighting underneath, lighting on the top. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Oh, that's right. She was from Venezuela, right? Yes, Oscar de la Renta. Gotta love Oscar. Oppressive. That's interesting. Well, I mean, I like it. I guess you could just go. Now, remember, this is a long hallway. I think I stretched the photo out, though. I don't think it's supposed to be as wide as that, as it appears. But I like it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, okay. Um, well, I don't know. I mean, certainly Megan commands a lot of attention. Um, and even though it kind of grated on people's nerves that the Queen gave Megan certain privileges that was not available to Kate. And I'm pretty sure that really upset William. But Megan comes through the door better prepared than just about anyone. And they love to throw in people's face that to be a royal princess takes all of this training and such. But Megan is so polished and accomplished already. I'm not saying she doesn't need any input because they do have a system there and you would want someone to work within that system. But the problem is they used that system to abuse Megan. They were trying to break her like a wild stallion or something like that. Um, you know, and remember, the Queen was fascinated with that movie, The Horse Whisperer. Now, I thought she liked the movie because she wanted to be more humane to her collection of horses. But now I'm starting to think she was just trying to figure out a more effective way to communicate with her daughter in law. Yeah, I think that's why the queen turned to the horse whisperer, because she just could not understand her. There was some there was some kind of breakdown in relations, and you know, the queen was honest with herself enough to admit what she did not know, and that is, of course, she didn't speak, you know, horse. So that's why she was so fascinated with the horse whisperer. Huh? Too soon? uh, yeah, yeah, the horse whisperer. Look who's back, y'all. Look who's back. Yes, she's back in Brooklyn or the Bronx, Brooklyn, wherever the heck she's from. She is back. The lady that said she was married to someone in Pakistan, and she decided that she would go to Pakistan um, to be man and wife with his with her husband, to be husband and wife, and yeah, so there you go. She's back. And there's someone even created a characterization of her, kind of like a cartoon or claymation or whatever, a Pixar character. How about that? New York woman flew to Pakistan and went viral for demanding thousands to reconstruct the country. Why don't she reconstruct New York? Why don't she reconstruct Detroit? There's plenty of places over here that needs reconstruction. I tell you, I don't know exactly how she thought that she was going to just demand money from the government of Pakistan, but um and as you can see, she found some very interesting clothes. Look at her native costume. Now, per copyright, I don't want to play that cartoon, because I kind of got a feeling that that person would come after me. So I don't want to play the cartoon, but how about we do this? Oh, it was the funniest looking thing.
By this week in cash. That's a demand to the government. Respect to the law. Respect for the law. Respect to Allah. I need 20K by this week in cash. That's a demand to the government. Respect to the law. Respect for the law. Respect to Allah. I need 20K by this week in cash. That's a demand to the government. Respect to the law. Respect for the law. Respect to Allah. I need 20K by this week in cash. That's a demand to the government. Respect to the law. Respect for the law. Respect to Allah. I need 20K by this week in cash. That's a demand to the government.
Okay, as you can see, she actually had a bit of a makeover. Now, this is what she looked like before. What is her name? Anaja Andrew Robinson, American citizen. And as you can see here, when she got back to New York, and she's been doing promos for people on the YouTube and TikTok, you know, helping people to advertise restaurants and beauty salons and all kind of stuff. I'm even assuming that she has an agent now. She has an agent, and from what I can tell, she has a stylist. What type of stylist, I don't know, but she has a stylist. So, who knows? She might make it really big. Maybe she'll open up on Broadway. What do you think they could cast her in on Broadway? Anybody? Is Broadway ready for her? Oh, by the way, you guys, I'm almost done. I got just a couple more things after this. I'm almost done. Well, certainly not Mary Poppins, right? How about if they cast her in Annie? This demand is for the government. I demand 20K or the sun is not coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow. You can't bet on it tomorrow. I need 20K or there'll be sorrow tomorrow. Tomorrow. That would actually be a really cool I need 20K tomorrow, so I'm making a demand to the government or sorrow will come your way. We're rebuilding the city tomorrow, so I need that 100K today. Tomorrow. uh Respect to the law, respect to the law. What you know, I wonder how it sounds in her head before she says it. How does it sound on in her head before it comes out? That I would like to know. Respect to the law, respect to the law. Let me see here. Yeah, she's done a lot of interviews.
A brow tech, and a cigarette. Hey, for making the most of her time.
I'm asking for 100K or more. I need 20K by this week.
A Pakistani passport, ID, and tens of thousands of dollars to fix Pakistan's infrastructure. It's the demands that really got everybody talking on social media, including Bilal Hassan, who's been going viral for breaking this all down for us.
Like, people were very much taken care of.
She got that middle part bust all the way down.
Respect to the law, respect to the law.
Onaja Robinson is back, and she glowed up on us.
I want 50 from Trump. Stop playing with me, Trump, because I'm in New York now.
By now, you know the story. She went to Pakistan to meet a man. For the first time ever,
People don't think you're real.
I saw those comments and people saying that that's the person in her imagination.
her man, her 19-year-old online lover, is talking only to the ship.
Oh, you guys, I'm going to show you a picture of him. By the way, you guys, I'm just about done. I'm going to show you a picture of him. Let me do this last part and then I'll bring up his photo. If you want to know what kept me so long this evening, this is a very negative image of Harry. It's an AI image of Harry, and I did not like it one bit. I did not like it one bit. And so I use my skills as a photo editor and I changed it. I removed Harry, who looked like some kind of ogre or something, and I replaced it with him. Yes, I replaced it with him. Yeah, because I got respect for the law, respect for the law, respect for the law. And of course, after I replaced it with him, I posted right back over on that person's page. Now, that is how I get even with people. You mess with mine, I'm going to mess with yours. Took me a minute to do it. But you mess with mine, and I'm going to mess with yours. Leave Harry alone. I bet they about crapped their pants when they opened up their Twitter and saw this. But yeah, that's what I do. When they make some photos depicting Harry and Meghan in a way that I find tasteless, I will do one for Will and Kate. Just like I did, where's that other one at? Remember the one I did the other day? Only bad thing is I didn't get a chance to push it back at that person. I lost the post. But if I ever find them again, I'm going to make sure that I put it in their inbox. Y'all going to leave Harry and Meghan alone. Better have respect for the law, respect for the law, respect for the law. Let me see, where is it at? Oh, this one right here. Yeah, that's supposed to be Meghan covering up her nose and Harry sitting on the toilet. And it did not take me long to do this one. So I gave it right back to him. And it's really easy too. I mean, sometimes it takes me a minute to do some cutting and pasting and stuff, but I can dish it out just as well as I can take it. Yep, you want to get petty? I know how to get petty. Yep, I know how to get petty. Now, let's find Onaja's husband, because they say he did not exist, but he does exist. And, well, I'll put it to you like this. He ain't nothing to write home about. He ain't nothing to write home about. Let me see. I'm going to do a little screenshot. I mean, you know, he's okay. But God, he looks older than 19. I guess he does look 19. I guess, you know, he has a lot of facial hair, but okay. And how old is Onaja? Can somebody look that up? How old is she? Ain't she in her 30s or 40s? And by the way, they asked her what her favorite restaurant was. I mean, he's okay. He's okay. He's nothing to write home about, but he's okay. And you know, the only reason why he's coming forward is because he wants the popularity. He wants to ride this popularity that has suddenly presented itself. So that's why he's come forward. Yeah, that's him right there.
Jade Room. So what is the real story?
It's not what you guys think it is.
Do you see yourself being with her for the rest of your life?
Well, I can't answer this.
We're getting down to it. Did he really abandon our girl when she got to Pakistan?
We love each other, just like other couples.
And where was Onaja all that time when she was taken by authorities during her pit stop in Dubai?
I was really stressed out.
I'm Justin Carter. This is TSR Investigates. He says he decided to sit down exclusively with the Shade Room because there's been so many stories out there about
This is my husband. Nidell Hamid.
33-year-old Onaja Robinson is gonna gas her man up.
Respect to the what? Respect to the law. Respect to the what? Respect to the what, Nidell? Watch husband clean and nice, yeah.
His name, Nidal Ahmed.
People don't think you're real.
Saw those comments and people saying that that's the person in her imagination.
Oh, but he is real and says that he and Onaja talk every day on the phone. They are in love.
And how long were you guys dating online?
In like 2 years or 2.5 years.
2.5 years. And was it a thing where you guys both decided for Onaja to come visit you in Pakistan?
She decided by herself. But yeah, that's the question that she can answer you.
Onaja's journey in Pakistan, it quickly turned her into a viral sensation. Hundreds of millions of people captivated not only by her behavior,
I'm not talking unless y'all giving me land.
but by the acceptance of people in Pakistan.
American sister. I'm from Pakistan. Respect to the law. Okay. Respect for the law. Okay. Respect to Allah. And respect to God. Do you hear me? Shabana.
You want to go back to your country?
It's private, but no, I do not.
This, of course, after news outlets there were quick to report it was Ahmed's family that wanted to cut ties with her, accusing her of portraying herself as a white woman for all those years they dated online, but showing up as someone different. Ahmed and his family then accused of ghosting Onaja, leaving her stranded.
You know what? That explains all that makeup she had on. Do you guys remember all that makeup she had on? That's why she looked so weird. Maybe she was trying to pass. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? She had all that makeup on. Wait. Nope. Oh, I don't think I have a picture. But remember when she had all that makeup on and it looked like she had put baking powder, not baking powder, but baking flour on her face. That's what that was about. Oh my God. You know what? When this starts making sense, then you know you have gone too far. You've gone too deep. She had all of that white, pale makeup, mostly on her forehead and everything. And I was wondering, why was she looking like that? So that explains it. She went there. She was supposed to be a white woman. And when the family saw that she wasn't, they hid him somewhere like he was in the witness protection program. They hid him like he was in the witness protection program. Oh, ain't that something? Now that's not showing respect for the law. Lord have mercy. Okay, let me show you what I was talking about. See there? She had all that strange makeup on. Why is her forehead like so bleachy looking? Ain't that something? Well, I tell you what, I would never ask her to babysit. That's one I wouldn't ask to babysit. Yeah, she couldn't even keep my dog. Yeah, exactly. Oh, let's listen to some more.
3 months into her visit.
Were you for her coming to visit you?
I mean, how can I stop her? That's her choice.
Were you happy?
Well, I want to be happy.
After that long of a time, how was it seeing her face to face? You know, you guys live on opposite sides of the world.
It was all good. Everything was perfect. Nothing was like bad for me or kind of shocking or anything.
He says what we don't know is that his parents were ill and spent weeks in the hospital. He says his focus then shifted on caring for them and was not interested in doing TV interviews at the time. He never lost touch with Onaja, though.
After 3 months, there's been reports that you just up and disappeared. You walked.
His parents was in the hospital for 3 months. His parents were in the hospital for 3 months. What could have possibly affected them in such a way that they would have to be hospitalized for 3 months? Oh, yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. That is what happened. After she showed up, that required 3 months of hospitalization. I could see how that could happen.
Away and Onaja was left hanging.
That is not true. Okay, so media is making up shit by himself, but if you can show me any one video in which Naj is saying that I abandoned her or I left her and I dumped her or anything like that, I would agree. But media showing that all the third parties. Did Onaja say anything like that? Did you ever see anything like that Onaja saying on TV?
As far as we know, she hasn't. This has always been her sentiment.
Make sure y'all get this on your camera. I'm married to Nidel Hamid. I'm Onaja Hamid. We are moving to Dubai very soon. We're going to have our baby in Dubai.
How long was she in Pakistan with you?
Almost 3 months.
Well, as you can see, she had a plan. We are moving to Dubai. We are going to have a baby in Dubai. And I guess when she gets to Dubai, that they're going to give us some money too. I'm glad that she depends on the kindness of strangers, if not nations.
She was living in your house?
No. She was living in a hotel.
She was in a hotel for 3 months?
Yeah.
And would you go back and forth to see her every day?
Not every day. But yeah, she was going out with my family. They go out shopping and they go out eating. My sister, my cousins, my mom.
Did it hurt you when people on the internet were saying his parents hate her, he hates her, they want nothing to do with her?
That hurts a lot because nobody did their research and confirmed anything. They both still talk on a video call till that day. Nija and my mom and my sister, they still speak and they're really good friends.
So you were always in Pakistan. You had never jumped ship and moved to another city or another country?
No.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Onaja?
Last time I saw Nija, January 15th, and I dropped her to the airport.
So you dropped her off in January so that she can go back home.
That was the first ticket.
Mid-January, he says he took her to the airport, but for some reason, she never made it onto the plane for takeoff. And that is when the media frenzy began. She allegedly turned around, stayed in Pakistan, and continued to do television interviews until about mid-February, when social workers brought her another plane ticket to go back home to New York with a layover in Dubai. She made it to Dubai, but then left the airport. But after this video surfaced of her roaming the streets of Dubai with a gaggle of men wanting pictures, suddenly she went radio silent. Social media growing concerned by the day.
Nobody's talking about Onaja, and she's been disappeared.
She was detained?
She was not detained. I think she was at the hospital.
Were you ever concerned about her safety? Because I know Dubai has different rules. You can't smoke in public. You have to be covered. Were you ever concerned?
I really was. Her family contacted me, and we all was talking with each other, and we was trying to contact Dubai authorities, and we was trying to ask about her. So we ended up contacting the embassy, and the embassy said that she's safe, but she can't contact nobody. She cannot talk to anybody, and she's safe. No YouTuber, no filming, nothing's gonna be on her. She just on arrest, and she gonna be home in few.
Ahmed confirming with the Shade Room that Onaja lives with bipolar disorder and is on medication for it. He says that she was released finally, and made it home to New York last week. He was the first person she called.
My man and I, we are together. We want to clear up. Is this a different guy? No, this is one guy. This is my husband. So you met someone else? No, this is my husband. Like, they all come in.
Are you guys married?
That's something she can answer.
Well, she said it. She said that you guys are married.
Really don't have a clue about it.
So you don't have a ring? You never exchange vows? You don't have a marriage certificate?
No.
So why would she say that you guys are married?
I don't know. That's something we need to study. We need to study about her confidence and like the way she talks. Yeah.
What is it about Onaja that you love?
Her confidence. Yeah. It's like you manifest something and like in simple words, don't stop dreaming. One day it's gonna come true.
Do you see yourself being with her for the rest of your life?
Well, I can't answer this because it's all God knows how long I'm gonna live, or it's something that I can't really answer. In the end, I just realized that everything happens for a reason. So there's no need to get stressed out of those things and like need to worry about. We love each other just like other couples, and there's ups and downs in every relationship. So in the end, we have to deal with it and we have to get together.
And so when are you going to go see her again? Are you going to see her at all?
Yeah, we're just working on things. Just as I told you, we're working on projects and you guys are going to see us together too.
We do have a request into Onaja Robinson's team for a one-on-one interview. And of course, we'll be ready when that happens. Right now, though, her management team says their focus is capitalizing off of this momentum with brand deals and other sponsorships, and even maybe possibly a movie in the works, something that we hope Shavana might make a cameo in. For TSR Investigates, I'm Justin Carter.
Okay, well, that was the Shade Room. And, well, I tell you, I could see a reality show. I could see a reality show where she travels the world demanding money from governments, demanding her husband leaves his family and comes to be with her, or she go be with him, getting a visa to Dubai. Isn't that something? She was supposed to do a layover in Dubai and she just left the damn airport. She just left the airport. Do you know how many people in Pakistan would love for a agency to give them a ticket so that they could go to New York? And she gets a ticket, does a layover in Dubai, and laid over in Dubai, didn't even get on the plane, and then disappears for a month. So I agree with him. I love the fact that she's so bold and I mean fearless. She is absolutely fearless. But there are some biochemical reasons why she's so fearless.
Sweet in cash. That's a demand to the government. Respect to the law. Okay. Respect for the law. Okay. Respect to Allah. I need 20K by this week in cash. That's a demand to the government. Respect to the law. Okay. Respect for the law. Okay. Respect to Allah. I need 20K by this week in cash. That's a demand to the government. Respect.
Oh my goodness. You gotta love her. You gotta love her. She's a very unique person. Someone like that doesn't come along, but maybe once in a lifetime. And you might as well enjoy it while you got it. So, um, uh, okay. Automatically get a 3 months. Well, okay. I think that's how it is for Japan. Let me see. I just happen to have my passport handy. And in Japan, they put a sticker in your passport. Um, okay, so I was in Japan back in January, and it was good until April. Yeah, the sticker goes in your passport, and it has a QR code, but it's a temporary visa, and you get to stay for 3 months, or is that 4 months? From January until April. And while I was there, they were just starting to talk about the global pandemic. They was talking about that flu, and by the time I got home, um, let me see, by March, when they had the oh gosh, what was it? The Commonwealth Day. That was when everything was really starting to reach that point. Was by Commonwealth Day. Okay, folks, that will do it for now. I am done, and I will see y'all later. Thank you for staying up so late with me, or arriving so early, depending on what your time zone is. Um, and this demand is for the government. This demand is for the government. I need 20K by the end of the week. Respect for the law, respect for the law, respect for the law. I need 20K by the end of the week. Ah, oh, okay. Now, you live in Dubai now or you live there? I can't remember. Yeah, I cannot remember. Uh, who is Dr. Umar? Dr. Umar? Who is that? I don't know who that is. I'm going to look it up. Oh, I see. I see. Um, he's a YouTuber, TikToker, YouTuber. I think I've seen him before. Yeah, I think I've seen him before. Yeah, if you guys want to share your last comments, we're going to get out of here soon. Oh, one of those, huh? Okay. Nana Gladys, thank you very much. Let me see here. Okay, I'm just looking at some of your comments here. Thank you very much, Cookies and Cream. Yeah. Yeah, Harry is a very optimistic person. Very optimistic. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I could not imagine my father behaving like that. I could not imagine my father behaving like Charles. I just couldn't. You know, Charles grew up in that system, and I don't doubt that it's had some kind of effect on him. But Harry believes in breaking up that generational pain and trauma. Harry wants to stop that stuff that happened to him from happening to anyone else. I do believe he's sincere when he says that he's not just doing this for himself, not just for his children, but for everyone, for everyone. And I don't doubt that outside of the UK, Harry has been doing therapy. And when he has shared the experiences that he's gone through and how it's like to be in that family, I'm pretty sure that someone called it what it is. And it may not have been in therapy, it may have been with anybody outside of that system because, see, he's away from their control right now, and that scares them. And to be able to speak freely about the things that you like and do not like, that's got to be liberating. Okay. Oh, good night, Lydia Washington. Good night, Legs. You guys, I haven't posted it in a while, but I'm going to post the official Royal Sussex wish list. I'm about to post the official Royal Sussex wish list. Now, of course, you're not obligated to buy anything on that list, but it is fun for me because I go in to my mailbox and I see something from the list. And anyway, it's like a big hug. But I'll just put it up anyway. But remember, this is not the shakedown. You don't have to buy anything from this list. Let me see. I had to find the link. Okay. No. Oh, thank you, Lydia Washington. I'd have been all day trying to do this. Now, that is the the link for the wish list. Now, don't pay attention to the plasma TV, the hot tub, or the Fiat. I just put those on there for fun. I repeat, don't pay any attention to the Rolex watch the plasma TV or the hot tub. I just I just put those on there for fun. Don't feel obliged to look at that. But it's just, just some stuff to inspire all of us. I don't expect anyone to mortgage their condos so that I could have a Rolex. but yeah. But yeah, that's the link right there. Yeah. Don't feel a need to donate any body organs for my amusement. I don't deserve that kind of attention. It's just a few interesting household items here and there. Like one of those what do you call that? A Keurig espresso machine. Who doesn't put that on their wish list? Huh? Who doesn't do that? And of course, if you get a new espresso machine, stainless steel, of course, you gotta get a new stove, right? A what do they call that stove? The wolf something. You gotta get the stainless steel stove. And if you get the stainless steel stove, you may as well get that smedge refrigerator, right? So other than that, it's just a few little odds and ends. A smedge refrigerator, um, the stainless steel oven with the induction, all that stuff, and the smedge. Oh, I'm sorry, the espresso maker. Yeah, the commercial grade espresso maker. That's all. But I'm trying to think of something affordable on there, something more affordable. Oh, the Bose headphones. Yeah, the Bose noise canceling Q what is it? Q something Bose headphones. In case there's a crying baby on the plane. Would you do that? Well, listen, while you're doing that, get something for yourself too. Yeah, get something for yourself too. Get yourself I don't know, a new umbrella or something like that. Yeah, don't just think about me. Get something for yourself too. Yeah. And it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'll answer the door. I'll see that someone from the UPS or the FedEx or something. And then of course, I don't know what's in the box. And next thing you know, there's a new what you call it, a new Rolex or a Burberry coat or something like that. You just never know. That Louis Vuitton luggage that I was looking at. Well, you know what? This is just as well a super sticker from Olive Perry. Thank you very much for that. And I value this almost as much as I value that commercial grade espresso machine. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put the surround sound. Hold on, y'all. I got to put the surround sound for that plasma HD 4K super HD TV. I have to, put the surround sound set with it, pair it up. Because, sometimes they say people who purchased this also bought that. Well, I didn't like that. So I'll pick something that I like. And listen, while y'all looking at the wish list, remember to have respect for the law, respect for the law, respect for the law, right? When you're looking at the wish list, always have respect for the law. It's very important. You know what I'm wondering? Was there some kind of incident when she was younger where somebody told her, listen, we're going to let you go this time, but next time, make sure you have respect for the law. And probably ever since that day, she has been repeating that to herself: respect for the law, respect for the law, respect for the law. That's probably where that came from. But I don't know where that 20K by the end of the week, I don't know where that came from. Maybe she got a job one time as a loan officer. Or maybe she was behind in her rent. That's it. She was behind in her rent, and there was some incident with the landlord, and the police told her to have respect for the law. And she also heard the landlord say, I need 20K by the end of the week. So that is where that came from. She's a very impressionable young lady. And so if somebody says they need 20K because you're about a year behind in your rent, then of course that's worth repeating. You see how I just cracked this case wide open? uh she has an agent, she has a team, she has a glam squad. She has some very interesting fashion choices. Um Apparently something is going her way. I mean, every time I see her since she's been back from Dubai or wherever she came from last, every place she goes, she's hopping out of an Escalade limousine. She has a chauffeur driven car. And that guy in Pakistan, he ain't no dummy. He wants in on some of that action. He's going to make sure that he gets his cut. So whereas before he was hiding, now he's singing like Aretha Franklin. Now you can't shut him up. Now you can't shut him up. He won't stop talking. Before, he wasn't really interested. He was hiding from the world. But now that it looks like she's then come into some money, here he come. Now he's got respect for the law. Yep, he smells money. He is motivated by profit. Well, that's what happens. They come out of the woodwork. But he shouldn't have. Well, I tell you, they ask you, are you two married? Just say no comment. Don't say you got to ask her or I don't recall. Best keep your mouth shut if you want to cut her that money. Oh, are you talking about that outfit? You're talking about this? The fuchsia, the orange, pink. Yeah, she, whatever you think of her, this girl has managed to become world famous. She has become viral. a viral sensation only because she has a vivid, broad imagination and she goes places and don't care how she gets home. She demands things that are completely unreasonable, but people take notice. So it's a win-win for her. She's even teaching people to have respect for the law. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your morning or evening, Mary H. That's what we're here for. Yes, they do sell it. They do sell Le Creuset. By the way, you guys, I got my dip bowls, my pinch bowls rather, and I have not used them yet. But I washed them and I put them away. But they're so beautiful. They're so beautiful. Now, let me tell you what I've done since I got those bowls. I have the Rachel Ray plates. I got the apple green, I have orange, and I have blue. But that particular set, I didn't know that there was a red plate. So I got on eBay and I ordered the red plate to go with the bowls and, well, I ordered the red plate and the bowl. I found a set of two. Practically giving it away. They were practically giving it away. So I got that. And then let me see, what else did I order? It was something else, Rachel Ray, I got from eBay. And I can't remember what it was. Okay, I got the bowl, I got the plate. Oh, I don't remember. But anyway, so those pinch bowls will go with the Rachel Ray perfectly. Oh, let me share a picture of the pinch bowls with you. Let me see. Do I have them? I took a picture, but I think I did that on someone's message. Hmm. Oh, I don't see it. Hey, do you guys remember we were talking about that Chicago courthouse that they demolished? Do you all remember that? We were having a discussion about that Chicago courthouse that was demolished. Jennifer Clark, thank you so much for the super sticker and thank you for being here this morning. Well, I did grab a few photos of the courthouse that I wanted to share with you. And well, I mean, if you guys got time, I'll show you. I'll show you the old courthouse and the new courthouse. Yeah, and just a reminder, you guys, I am done for the day with all of my slides, so we're just hanging out at this point. If you want to hang out, feel free to do so. We're just talking about something and nothing all at the same time. Wow, that is so weird. I don't know what I did, and I know I took a picture of him. Huh. Strange. Oh, there they go. There they go. No, that's not it. Oh, here, yeah. I see it now. Yeah, I just didn't save them. Yeah, I just did not save them. So, but if I have to buy a gift for anybody anytime soon, I already know they're gonna get these bowls or whatever, the pinch bowls. They're good for when you're cooking and everything, or you could use them for dipping sauce. And that's me. There's 6 of them. Kind of pricey though. For 6 of them, that's $5 per pinch bowl because it's $30. Let me see. Let me see. How do I want to do this? Okay, I'll do that. Just to brighten up the photo a little bit. Brighten it up a bit so you can see it clearly. But I'm like, I love porcelain. I really love porcelain because the color is skin deep. I mean, it's better than skin deep. I guess this is not a good picture, but let me see anyway. So that's how it arrived. Excuse me. That is how it arrived in the box. And then let me show you what it looks like when you open it. Isn't that nice? See how the color kind of fades and everything? Those are nice. Le Creuset Pinch Bowl. Okay, I'm gonna show you how it looks when you use them. Okay, let me see here. Sorry about my voice. I think this is I don't know, but that's been happening lately. You think it's because I talk too much? Uh, maybe that's the Lord's way of saying you talk too much. Okay, so that is what they look like when you use them. So when you see those cooking shows and they have like a pinch of this and a pinch of that, that's why they call it a pinch bowl. You can see they got what looks like diced onions. No, that looks like sea salt. Um, chives or something. Mint. No, that's bay leaves, I think. Bay leaves, paprika, um, pepper, red peppers, whatever. And God, that looked like an ugly potato chip. But yeah, I love those. And they're so little, they're so little. Um, but I don't know what it is in centimeters, but I think it's like 3 inches across and whatever the ounces. Let me see here. They got the measurements right here. Oh, and by the way, you can get them in a single color. You don't have to get the multicolor. You can get them in one color if you want. So you have a choice. You can get the single color or you can get the multiple colors. Well, I'm looking. Oh, I could write a review. I'm supposed to write a review. And that's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to write a review. "10-year warranty, easy to clean, perfect design, free shipping." And I think they say you can put them in the oven. I think so. Oh, well. No, I think they only come in those colors. They only have the oh, you know what? I see some white ones. I think these are white. Yeah, they do have some white ones, but I don't see a cream color. But you would think they would come in every color, right? But I tell you what, go to their website. Go to their website and you can see it. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think it's only white or the multiple colors. I'm looking right now, and it seems like your only choice is white or the multiple colors. But don't take my word for it. Go to the website. But whatever you do, make sure that you have respect for the law. Respect for the law. Respect for the law. See there, now I'm doing it. Now I'm doing it and I can't stop. Let me see. I'm going to grab another Ricola. Catherine Bryant, good morning to you too. Okay. Ella Parker, yes. Good morning. I'm done, but I don't know, we're just hanging out. So, yeah, I love my pinch bowls. Those are my introduction to Le Creuset until I can get something else that is going to be my introduction to Le Creuset. I love the way it's boxed up, though. You know, it's really cool. I got a piece of paper inside of the box, so that's why it looks wider on one side than the other. But yeah, so it comes in a box like that. And then you open up the box. There you go. Voila. And so it's got that kind of a pale purple, teal, I guess, apple green, red, orange, and yellow. Okay. So let me show you the courthouse. I hope you find it as interesting as I did. I got to grab the photos. You know, a long time ago, back in the 50s and 60s, mostly in the 60s and 70s, though, at least I think it was the 60s and the 70s, when they had the urban renewal. Now, You know, urban renewal, part of that was to control where Black people live. We all know that. And other parts of it was because there was a population boom after World War II, hence the name baby boomer. Oh, this is a lot of pictures. Well, let me see. It's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. I got 15 photos. But yeah, you got to see this place. It is very interesting. If this doesn't make you have respect for the law, I don't know what will. This will definitely give you respect for the law. You know what? I'm going to stop saying that because that's going to get stuck in your head and you're going to be out somewhere trying to impress people. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to have you saying, I need 20K by the end of the week. So I'm going to stop because I don't want to make a bad impression. If you just joined us, please don't forget to hit that like button. Wait till you see these pictures. You're going to be like, why in the world would they tear that building down? Why would they tear that down? In the name of urban renewal, of course. If you've ever been to Chicago, one thing that will impress you about the city is that Chicago is like a big open air architectural history museum, especially where high rise construction is concerned. You would be very, very impressed. I can guarantee you that. So give me just a minute. I am grabbing some photos to share with you, and I'll talk a bit about it as we go along. But if you have to get some sleep or whatever, or start your day, it's okay. You can just watch it later if you like. And good morning to the Lady Sussex if you're up. I hope Lady Sussex is on today. I hope so. Lady Sussex wasn't on for a couple of weeks, but it may be something to do with school or something like that. But whatever is going on, Lady Sussex, we are with you. You know that. We are here for you. Your Sussex Squad family. And of course, your brother from another mother is here for you. Wow, this is so cool. If you are still with us, you're going to be so impressed when you see what I show you here. You won't believe that something like this was in downtown Chicago. Anytime somebody comes to the city, I love to show them around. Like one of my favorite things to do. Okay, I'm almost ready, you guys. Give me just a second here. I'm almost ready. I'm going to put the photos on a black background so that it's easier to see everything, all the details. Okay, that will do it. Now, how do I want to do this? Let me sort this out. Okay, at least I hope this works. If not, I got to do something else to get the pictures up. Oh, there we go. So this is the old Federal Building in Chicago. And God, what year was that built? Chicago Federal Building? Oh, 1898. They started construction in 1898. They finished construction in 1905. So what's that, 7 years of construction? And it is designed in a neoclassical Beaux-Arts style, very reminiscent of the ancient Greek architecture. It has a dome, and inside they say there was such beautiful marble and such. This was something to be proud of. Now, at the time, it was about as tall as any of the skyscrapers in the area. Most of the skyscrapers at that time was only about 20 floors high. So it didn't exactly dominate the skyline, but it was something very impressive to see in the middle of the city. Now, for this building to really work, it really should be by itself. It shouldn't be surrounded by other buildings. It should be able to cast its own shadow without touching another building. Now, this is what it looked like back in 1965, I think. This is when they were demolishing the building. At this point, I think the building may have already have been closed. But yeah, I think this was back in the 60s. As you can see, there's no flags flying, so I think the building is probably closed at this point. So how many years use did they get out of it? 1902 to 1965. That means they used it for 63 years. Let's say they used that building for 63 years. What a shame something as majestic as that was demolished to make way for a new courthouse, a new federal building, including a courthouse, federal offices, and the post office. And right here, you can see not only this building is closed, I know it's closed here, because if you look behind it, you see that tall building to the right side? That is the new federal courthouse. That is the Dirksen Federal Building, named for Everett Dirksen, the senator. I don't know if it had that name at the time, but eventually that was what they named it, was the Dirksen Federal Building. Michael Jackson went to court in that building. remember Michael Jackson went to court for copyright infringement? It was at the old Dirksen, well, at the new Dirks, well, it's not new now either, but that's the replacement building. So the big tall building behind it, that is the Dirksen building. So anytime someone in Chicago or in the region goes to a federal court, that is where the courthouse is located. And this is a view of the old federal building, which included the courthouse back in, I'm going to say, the 1920s, which is really cool because, you know, it was built where the way it was built, it took up I want to say 2 city blocks. So this street actually, you know, runs right to the front door of the building, which was really cool. And this is what the inside looked like. As you can see, it looked like a beautiful Renaissance cathedral or something like that. You have that big dome. You could walk around the lower part of the dome there. And there was an oculus. I think that's what they call that opening at the top where the light comes through. Although this one, it's not like the Parthenon where it's just open to the elements, but there is a light well effect where the light comes down through the entire interior of the building. Yeah, you can see it. And if you were on the ground floor looking up, this is what it looks like. Now, again, the inside of this building had beautiful marble and limestone and all that. All of that beautiful, beautiful stonework from all over the world was demolished along with the building. I mean, they kept some here and there, but for the most part, gone. And it's a real shame because could you imagine how special it would be to have a building like this in Chicago right now? And on the left side, you can see the interior. I believe that is a photo that was not a photo, but yeah, it looks like an illustration, and they colored it so you could see what the interior looked like. See there? Hall and marble stairway, federal building, federal building, Chicago, Illinois. And then take a look on the right. Oh my God. Can you see that? That is just a portion of the building that is still standing. Oh, that is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. Why, oh, why, oh, why would they demolish such a beautiful building? And if you're in the area, you wouldn't even know that something like that exists in the first place. It's all gone. It's all gone. Lock, stock, and barrel, gone. The building is, I think it's closed at this point. I think the building is closed and waiting demolition. And this is an early color photo. And you can see the famous green Chicago buses. We used to call them the green limousine. And at the top of the federal building, you can see that all of that carper has turned green, got that beautiful green, what do they call it? Ionized or whatever. Beautiful building. Beautiful, beautiful building. And here's another image where you can see both the old courthouse in ruins, and behind it, you can see the new courthouse, the new federal courthouse. Now, if you think all of this was impressive back in its day, take a look at the courtroom. Take a look at that beautiful courtroom. That was the courtroom. Now remember, 1898, electricity had been around for maybe, 10, 15 years at this point? Electric lighting? Now, back in those days, the light bulbs were bare. They just screw them in. It looked beautiful. Nowadays, you would think it strange to see the light bulbs, especially an incandescent light bulb. But back in those days, that was pretty special. The fact that you had electricity in the first place was pretty special. So, look at that beautiful room. That is a courtroom. That is a beautiful courtroom in a beautiful federal building that served as a federal courthouse. Gone, 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 demolished. Now, let me show you the new courtroom. Oh, I'll show you in a minute. That is an aerial view of the courthouse or federal building. You can see the American Eagles flanks the dome. And what else? Oh, there's an image of the new federal courthouse as they demolished the old building. Oh my God. What were they thinking? Barbarians, savages. What were they thinking? Now remember, this served as a courthouse, federal offices, and post office. They also had a post office here. And you can see these gentlemen right here, all of them looking on with anguish as they watch this beautiful, majestic building demolished, smashed to smithereens. And the one guy wearing that fedora, as you can see, he's looking to us as if we have the answer, like, yeah, we tried to tell him not to do it. This is the new courtroom. That is the new courtroom. It looks like something out of a Batman movie, doesn't it? This looks like that garage where they keep the Batmobile in some of those later movies. It literally looks like a scene from Batman. Like I said, what were they thinking? That's the new courtroom. The old courtroom replaced by the new courtroom. It's elegant, it's simplistic, it's what do you call it? Minimalist. It's very minimalist. Well, you guys, not all progress is good. And this is the new courthouse. Well, it's 3 buildings. The small building, the flat building, that is the federal post office. The tall one on the right side, that is the John C. Kluzinski building. That is where they have the federal offices. For years, it housed things like the FBI, the local Secret Service. Barack Obama's office was in that building, the tall one. When Barack Obama was President-elect Obama, while he was still waiting to go to Washington for that period from Election Day until Inauguration Day, that is where Barack Obama's office was located, right there in that building, along with Senator Durbin, the other Illinois senator at the time and still an Illinois senator. Also, what else is there? Well, anyway, a lot of the federal government offices are in that building. And then on the left side, the shorter building, that is the new federal courthouse. That is where Michael Jackson went to trial for copyright infringement. That is where Governor Blagojevich, remember when they accused him of whatever, that's where his trial took place. So any of those very big federal court cases in Chicago would take place in the Dirksen building. So you got the Dirksen building, you have the Kluzinski building, which is a taller one, and then that flat building, that is the United States Post Office. Now, if these buildings were not in the middle of downtown Chicago, they might look pretty interesting. As a matter of fact, back in the 60s, these buildings, which were designed by Mies van der Rohe, were the latest in architecture in that you had a wall of smoky glass, steel I-beams, floor to ceiling windows. I mean, this was cutting edge architecture. And in all of the big cities across America, they were building these monoliths that were just glass and steel with concrete floors. And they were pretty special. And the views, the light, all of that was special. But nowadays, it's a dime a dozen. You can't go anywhere. They call it the international style. You can't go anywhere and not find something that looks almost identical. Mies van der Rohe, he was educated in the Bauhaus School of Architecture in Germany, right? And during the war, he fled Germany and came to the U.S., and he taught architecture at the Illinois Institute of Technology, IIT. And he also designed in Chicago. Never lived in one of his buildings, but he designed this complex. He designed an apartment building that looks just like this. Actually, it's two apartment buildings. And they are, you know, back in the 50s. I mean, after World War II, buildings like this were very special because before the war, everything was Art Deco, Greek revival, and then after the war, it was like everything was like the Jetsons. Poured concrete, glass, and steel. Poured concrete, glass, and steel. So they were very special back in the day. But nowadays, I'm afraid they just look like a building. So that was it for our history of the old federal courthouse. Let's see. The Chicago Federal Building was constructed 1898, demolished 1965. And the architect was Henry Ives Cobb. He was very good at that classical architecture. Wow. What a waste. What a waste. Now, I would have loved to have seen that in person. I would have loved to have seen that in person. Congress passed a bill in 1894 that President Grover Cleveland signed on February 13th, 1895, appropriating $4 million to demolish the existing structure on site and erect a new one. The 1880 building was considered dangerous and it was inadequate to house the federal agencies in the city whose offices consequently were spread among several buildings. They paid $25,000 to employ special architect Uh-huh. So yeah, they demolished the old federal building to build this one. Oh, okay. It says the federal building was constructed over steel frame with exterior walls of brick, sheathed with 500,000 square feet of gray granite from Mount Waldo, Maine. The roof were covered. Uh, what is that? A vitrified tile. Anyway, it had a tile roof over brook tile, while the dome was covered with gilt glass tiles. Oh, they had glass tiles on the dome. That probably looked really cool. Let me see. The eighth floor of one wing held the courts, judges, clerks, and U.S. Marshal. The floors in the dome were reserved for civil service commissioners, railway mail service, and weather bureau, with other agencies occupying the remaining space. The base consisted of a central entrance, each facade flanked by 8 bays of windows. Okay. Wow. Very impressive. After construction was complete, more than $2 million remained in interior decorating of Chicago Federal Building. Tennessee marble. Oh, wow. Back in 1918, somebody bombed the courthouse. Somebody bombed the courthouse. It did some damage, but not much. Wow. Well, it did kill 4 people. Isn't that something? They bombed the old courthouse. Oh, you guys want to hear something interesting? You want to hear something interesting? Okay. You won't believe who used to work at the post office in the old courthouse. Walt Disney worked at the post office in the building from July until September of 1918. I repeat, Walt Disney, who was born in Chicago, by the way, Walt Disney. Well, no, was he born here or did he just live here? I think he grew up here. Anyway, Walt Disney's family home is in Chicago, his old family home. I hear that house has always been plagued with mice. Okay, so I hope you found that as interesting as I did. Um, Again, it's very unfortunate that the old courthouse is gone, but such is life. And there's an old postcard. You remember they used to sell postcards for all of the historic buildings. Isn't that beautiful? That is beautiful. You can see the omnibus, see the horses and buggies and stuff. Okay. You guys, are we done? Is there anything else you wanted me to share before I go? Maybe some pictures from back in the day when I was an exotic dancer? No? No photos of Chocolate Thunder? Okay. Don't say I didn't offer. Jetstar? Well, you've come in at the boring part. Yeah, we had fun earlier, but you just came in at the boring part. This is that part where I lose my voice. I'm at that part where I sound like Louise Jefferson. George, 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 the Willises will be here any minute. George, George. See what I mean? I sound just like Louise Jefferson. I'm losing my voice. Oh, hi, Lionel. Hi, Helen. George. Tom and Helen will be here any minute. George. Wheezy, would you leave me alone? I'm the man. I wear the pants in the family. Well, when you zip 'em up, you had better include your mouth. I thought that was so funny. George Jefferson say, I'm the man. I wear the pants of the family. And when you zip 'em up, you had better include your mouth. Well, you know, when they filmed the movie, what was that movie with Kevin Costner? Remember the one about Al Capone? What was that movie? Anybody remember? The movie with Kevin Costner? It was the one about Al Capone. I forget the name of it. Well, anyway, during the days of Al Capone, of course, this would have been the courthouse, right? When Al Capone went to federal court in Chicago, he would have gone to this courthouse. But of course, in the movie with Kevin Costner and Andy Garcia, they did not have the old courthouse. So they had to substitute another building from that era. And if I can, I will show it to you. It is very similar to the to the federal building. See if I can find a picture of it. Try to find a nice one that does justice to it. Oh, by the way, here's a picture of the Chicago Public Library. This is the main library in Chicago. It is called the Harold Washington Library, and it is named for Chicago's first mayor. Would you believe me if I told you that that library was built back in the 1990s? I repeat, they built this back in the 1990s. It's designed to celebrate all of the old classic architecture of the city. But that was built back in the 1990s. The Harold Washington Public Library. Yeah, it opened in 1991. It opened in 1991. Can you believe something as beautiful as this was built back in the 90s? Not the 1890s, but the 1990s. Can you believe that? Isn't that beautiful? So you can't say they don't make them like that anymore. They do, if you're willing to spend the money. It looks like a dream, doesn't it? Now, you'll notice that the rest of the photo is black and white. I did that on purpose just so we could showcase the library. Let me see. Chicago Cultural Center? Okay. Okay, so that is the new main library. I'm going to show you the old main library, okay? This is the old, oh, it won't let me open it up. I think I got too many things up. Let me take something away so I could share something else. Are you guys enjoying this tour of the city? Or y'all asleep and I'm the only one that's awake? Yes, no? Are y'all enjoying this tour of the city? So that is the old main library. That was built back in the 1890s. And this was used as the federal courthouse in that movie, The Untouchables. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. Yeah, they used this as the courthouse in The Untouchables because the old courthouse, as I shared with you, that was demolished. So this was a perfect substitute, not nearly as big as the old main courthouse, but do you guys remember that scene in Untouchables where the guy fell on top of that car? Remember that? Where he chased him and he fell on top of the car? They were on the roof. That was filmed right there on the left side, um, above the street there. That is where they filmed that. But let me show you the Tiffany Dome. I don't know if you guys know this, but Louis Comfort Tiffany and Company, they used to design a lot of interior spaces. And the Tiffany Dome, that is something that we are so proud of in Chicago, especially people that know it exists. A lot of people don't even know it's there. But oh, here it is right here. Oh my God, you guys are gonna just that's it. That is a Tiffany glass dome. It is about, oh gosh, how many feet in diameter? I think it's about maybe 38 feet in diameter. There's two domes. There's this one and then the other one, but this is the nicer one. And look at all the beautiful mosaics. You see that? You see all that beautiful Tennessee marble inlaid with mosaic stones and tiles, gold leaf tiles. And see the lights? See how they used to just screw in the light bulbs? Now, there's a company called Antique Light, I think, or something like that. And they make those old fashioned light bulbs where you can see the filament and the glass has that little pinch where they, blow the glass and then cut it. Those are the old fashioned style light bulbs so that it looks as, you know, authentic as it would have in the 1890s. I'll see if I can find another photo of the inside. Yeah, if you guys are doing a staycation, if you wanted to go out of the country, and you can't, just come to Chicago. A lot of people, Chicago for 8 years has been the #1 city in America, according to Condé Nast. The people that make the Vogue magazine and such. They say Chicago is the #1 city. Let me see here. I know I got a better picture, but I cannot find it. I tell you what, I'll do this. I will do this. Tiffany Dome. Okay, this is much easier. I can show you a whole bunch of stuff all at once. And if you're thinking about getting married, you can reserve that space for a wedding. There you go. That is the Tiffany Dome. Now, there's two. The Tiffany Dome is the one that has the big chandelier, but look at the second photo from the top on the left side. That's the other dome. I think that has the zodiac or something. But anyway, there's two different domes. There's the Tiffany Dome, and then there is the other one. Also, I think it's from Tiffany. But yeah, it has two domes inside of the old library. Now imagine going to the library and all of that beautiful light. Pretty special, isn't it? Yeah, there's a lot of interior spaces in Chicago that were designed by Tiffany. Yeah, very special. Very, very special. Okay, I think I'm done then. But yeah, that is actually inside of that building right there. That is the old public library, not to be confused with the new public library. Now, I have to admit, the new library doesn't look nearly as nice as the old one, not on the inside. This one, the outside is more interesting than the inside. The other one, the inside, is more interesting than the outside. Although the outside is elegant, but still not nearly as they don't have anything that compares to that. But there is a winter garden at the, let me see here. Winter garden. Do I have a picture of it? Let's see. Harold Washington Public Library Winter Garden. Okay, I will show you. It's pretty nice though. It is nice. And again, it's one of those spaces that you can reserve if you got the money, if the price is right, if you got them dollars. Yeah, that's the Winter Garden. That is at the top of the new library. So you see up there, You see on either side that light color on either the light green on either side. That is where the winter garden is located. This room. Isn't that nice? And it's open to the public. You can go up there and just chill. It is open, free to the public. So yeah, if you've never been to Chicago before, it is less expensive than New York, and there are some incredible, I mean, you would not believe the architecture here. Incredible interior spaces and exterior spaces. Yeah, either way, you can't go wrong. Oh, wow. I got to show you this. I got to show you this. Nope, I have to. Don't go anywhere. I got to show this to you. I said sit down. I got to show this to you. So that is what it looks like. Okay, this is day, and that is how it looks when it's all decorated for, I don't know, a wedding, a banquet, bar mitzvah, coming out party. Huh? Isn't that beautiful? So you can take it from this to this. Wow. Um, did I go to I think so. I think so. Let me see. I know I went to Victoria and Albert Museum. I know I went to the um British History Museum, but the library, God, I cannot remember. Let me refresh my memory. Let me see what it looks like. The British Library. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Wow, what a great interior space. Wow, that is amazing. No, I would remember that. I don't think I went there at all. Yeah. Oh, it's very modern on the outside, huh? When was this place built? Now, you know, I got to look at the history. Yeah, I did not go there. Sorry, I missed that one. Oh, 1973. 1973. I did not visit that place. No, I did not visit that place. I didn't go to the Albert Hall either. I would have liked to have seen that. I think I saw it from outside, but I didn't go inside. the Royal Albert Hall. But yeah, there's some great architecture in London and, of course, all over the UK. I've been to Dumfries House. I've been to Castle Howard, Highclere Castle. Um, God, where else did I go? Blenheim. Of course, you got to go to Blenheim. And of course, I did a couple of day trips to Bath. I stayed in York. I stayed in York a couple days, I think. And my goodness. Oh, and I spent a couple days in Cardiff. And I spent like a week, I think, in Scotland. But I divided my time between Edinburgh and Glasgow. And then I went to Dumfries House, which is in Cumnock. Oh, and I went to Liverpool, Birmingham, Brighton, Manchester. I feel like I'm missing something. Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool. Oh, it was something else, I think, and I can't remember. And of course, I went on board the QE2. And Windsor Castle. Never been to Buckingham Castle, Buckingham Palace. And of course, St. Paul's Cathedral, Westminster Abbey. And what's that palace in Brighton? Whatever that place is, that very Oriental style building. I went there. What do they call that? The King's Folly. What do they call it? I forget the name of it. Brighton Hall. Yeah. And I went to, of course, York Cathedral. I went to Bath Cathedral. Got to go to all the cathedrals. I went to Stonehenge. Wasn't a lot going on there. Oh my God, I've been on here 4 hours. Okay, y'all, I'm fixing to go. I didn't realize it had been 4 hours. Did somebody roofie me? God, we have been on here for ages. Birmingham is having a strike. Oh, is that where they have the bin strike? They don't want to pick up the trash, the garbage, the rubbish. Uh-huh. Well, you know what they say. See it, say it, sort it. That's what they said. After what, 9/11, after 7/7, they say see it, say it, sort it. I love Liverpool though. Liverpool was very nice. And that's like the second largest, or is that the largest cathedral in the UK? Anyway, it's huge. Yeah, it was something about Liverpool I thought was really special. I would say Birmingham was probably the least interesting city I went to. And even the lady at the hotel, she's like, "Well, why did you come to Birmingham?" I said, "Well, I wanted to see the industrial Midlands." And she's like, "There's nothing here." Yeah, even the lady at the hotel was like, "There's nothing here." Well, it was something. But Manchester is really nice, though. Birmingham, not so much. And I went to the Cotswolds. But I went to the National Portrait Gallery. I went to the British History Museum. I went to the aviation, the RAF Museum. I went there. And I went to the Railway History Museum in York. Yeah, that was very interesting. Seeing Queen Victoria's rail car. I'm trying to think where else did I go? Um, and of course, I went to Bampton, which is the town that they use on Downton Abbey. When you go to Downton Abbey, I think part of the excursion includes Bampton. It was interesting. I went to that church where all of the weddings took place on Downton Abbey. I went to that church. Um, but yeah, I think that was everything. I can't think of any place else that I'd gone to. But one thing about those excursions, you got to get up early. You got to get up early. Get up early, go down to Victoria Station, the bus station, Victoria, I think it is, Victoria bus station or whatever, and go and get that. I think it's Viator, whatever that company. That's the company I rode with. Gladys Favors, thank you so much for joining us. Anyway, you guys, I have been pretty much talking nonstop for 4 hours, only interrupted by a few sound bites that I played. And while I am having so much fun, I'm enjoying this. It is time to say farewell and God bless. Love you guys. Thank you very much, moderators. Um, and also thank you, everyone who has a membership to Royal Sussex. Your support is what makes this possible, I could assure you. Yeah, that's it. What's that? Wish I knew you when I was working on the Orient. Could have seen all those beautiful buildings. Oh, okay. What is the Orient? Are you not talking about the Oriental Theater, are you? Oh, thank you, Catherine Bryant. Hazel Jones. I didn't know you were here. Thank you, Cookies and Cream. And with that, we are going to say farewell. Good night. God bless. Good morning. Gesundheit. You know, Kate looked like somebody who would sniff her fingers, don't she? Doesn't Kate look like somebody that would sniff her fingers? Just for no reason, just, you know what I'm saying? She just seemed like somebody who likes to sniff her fingers. And even worse, she looked like somebody that would sniff other people's fingers. Oh, the American Orient Express. Okay, got it. Rodney Jackson. Hey, how are you? Okay. Oh, that is so weird. I was looking for. No, not that. No, not that. There we go. The Last King. The most corrupt king in modern time. Cash for honor. Um, and some other stuff that I just won't even mention at this hour, but very corrupt, and especially the way he treats his son. Okay, I don't think I'm going to play the outro. Plus, that outro, the outgoing video, is so vain. It's like a celebration of me, and you all know I don't like that kind of attention. I'm very humble. I like to just, you know what I'm saying? Okay, if you insist, I'll play it. Oh, no, no, no. If you insist, it's okay. I don't mind. Um, I mean, after 4 hours, but yeah, okay, I'll play it. No, 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 no. You don't have to twist my arm. It's my pleasure. Okay. All right. See y'all.